वैष्णवजन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णवजन तो तेने रे कहिए।
सकल लोक मां सौने वंदे निंदा न करे केनी रे।
वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे। वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे। धन धन जननी तेनी रे। वैष्णवजन तो तेने रे कहिए।
समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागे पर स्त्री जेने मात रे।
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। पर धन नव झाले हाथ रे। वैष्णवजन तो तेने रे कहिए। मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने दृढ़ वैराग्य जेना मन मारे। राम नाम शो ताड़ी रे लागी। राम नाम शो ताड़ी रे लागी। सकल तिरस्कार
पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो वैष्णव जन तो वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे सोए मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
सकल लोक मां सौने वंदे निंदा न करे केनी रे।
वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे। वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे। धन धन जननी तेनी रे। वैष्णव जन तो
तेने रे कहिए। समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागे पर स्त्री जेने मात रे।
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। पर धन नव झाले हाथ रे। वैष्णव जन तो
तेने रे कहिए। मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने પણ લોભીને કપટ રહિત છે, કામ ક્રોધ નિવાર્યા રે. વૈષ્ણવજન તો તેને રે કહીએ જે પીડ પરાઈ જાણે રે. વૈષ્ણવજન તો વૈષ્ણવજન તો વૈષ્ણવજન તો તેને રે કહીએ. વૈષ્ણવજન તો તેને રે કહીએ જે પીડ પરાઈ જાણે રે. વૈષ્ણવજન તો તેને રે કહીએ જે પીડ પરાઈ જાણે રે.
પર દુઃખે ઉપકાર કરે તોય મન અભિમાન નાણે રે. વૈષ્ણવજન તો તેને રે કહીએ.
સકળ લોકમાં સૌને વંદે, નિંદા ન કરે કેની રે.
વાચ કાચ મન નિશ્ચળ રાખે, વાચ કાચ મન નિશ્ચળ રાખે, ધન ધન જનની તેની રે. વૈષ્ણવજન તો તેને રે કહીએ.
સમદ્રષ્ટિને તૃષ્ણા ત્યાગ, બરસ
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने, दृढ़ वैराग्य जेना मन मारे।
राम नाम शु ताड़ीर लागी, राम नाम शु ताड़ीर लागी, सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
बण लोभीने कपट रहित छे, काम क्रोध निवार्या रे।
भण नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता, भण नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता, कुल एको तिर तारा रे।
वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए, मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी, पर स्त्री जैने मात रे।
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले, जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले, कर धन नव झाले हाथ रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जैने, दृढ़ वैराग्य जना मन मारे।
राम नाम शु ताड़ीर लागी, राम नाम शु ताड़ीर लागी, सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
वण लोभी ने कपट रहित छे, काम क्रोध निवार्या रे।
वण नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता, वण नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता, कुल एको तीर तारा रे।
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए, जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए, जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
सकल लोक मां सौने वंदे निंदा न करे केनी रे।
वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे। वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे। धन धन जननी तेनी रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी पर स्त्री जेने मात रे।
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। पर धन नव झाले हाथ रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने दृढ़ वैराग्य जना मन मारे।
राम नाम शु ताड़ी रे लागी। राम नाम शु ताड़ी रे लागी। सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
बण लोभी ने कपट रहित छे काम तो तेने रे कहिए। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
सकल लोक मां सौने वंदे निंदा न करे केनी रे।
वाच काज मन निश्चल राखे। वाच काज मन निश्चल राखे। धन धन जननी तेनी रे। वैष्णव जन तो
तेने रे कहिए। समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी पर स्त्री जेने मात रे।
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। पर धन नव झाले हाथ रे। वैष्णव जन तो
तेने रे कहिए। मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने दृढ़ वैराग्य
वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
वण लोभी ने कपट रहित छे, काम क्रोध निवार्या रे।
भण नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता, भण नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता, कुल एको तिर तारा रे।
वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए, मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
सकल लोक मां सौने वंदे, निंदा न करे केनी रे।
वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे, वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे,
समदृष्टिने तृष्णा त्यागी पर स्त्री जेने मात रे
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले पर धन नव झाले हाथ रे
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए। मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने दृढ़ वैराग्य जना मन मारे
राम नाम शु ताड़ी रे लागी राम नाम शु ताड़ी रे लागी सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए। वण लोभीने कपट रहित छे काम क्रोध निवार्या रे
घणी नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता घणे नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता कुल एको तिर तारा रे
वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो वैष्णव जन तो वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
वो जब हुआ था ना प्रोग्राम हमारा तब आपसे वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने
अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
सकळ लोकમાં સૌને વંદે, નિંદા ન કરે કેની રે।
वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे। वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे। धन धन जननी तेनी रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
સમદ્રષ્ટિને તૃષ્ણા ત્યાગી, પર સ્ત્રી જેને માત રે।
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। पर धन नव झाले हाथ रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने, दृढ़ वैराग्य जेना मन मारे।
राम नाम शु ताड़ी रे लागी। राम नाम शु ताड़ी रे लागी। सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे। वैष्णव जन को तेने रे
वण लोभीने कपट रहित छे, काम क्रोध निवार्या रे।
भणी नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता। भणे नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता। कुल एको तीरतार्या रे।
वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए।
लास्ट मिनट पे फिर वो बड़ा हैसलिंग हो जाता है।
Yes, exactly.
एंड शुरू में मेरे पास कुछ था नहीं, वो जो इनका मैसेंजर वेबएक्स वाला ना अभी आया सुबह आया।
सर मेरे पास
developed into a very good program. Anup, I was thinking, let's organize something in collaboration with your
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
and we can take up one subject which Korea diaspora, इस तरह की हम एक सीरीज बना रहे हैं।
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
सकल लोक मां सौने वंदे निंदा न करे केनी रे।
वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे। वाच काछ मन निश्चल राखे। धन धन जननी तेनी रे। वैष्णव जन तो
तेरे कहिए। समदृष्टि ने तृष्णा त्यागी पर स्त्री जेने मात रे।
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले। पर धन नव झाले हाथ रे। वैष्णव जन तो
तेरे कहिए। मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने दृढ़ वैराग्य जना मन मारे।
राम नाम शु ताड़ी रे लागी। राम नाम शु ताड़ी रे लागी। सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
योगीने कपट रहित छे, काम क्रोध निवार्या रे।
ઘણી નરસૈયો તેનું દર્શન કરતા, ભણે નરસૈયો તેનું દર્શન કરતા, કુળ એકોતેર તાર્યા રે।
वैष्णवजन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णवजन तो वैष्णवजन तो वैष्णवजन तो तेने रे कहिए।
I don't think so, but I can mute it.
Because I think they will have to check at their back door, back entry.
I can also get
How are you?
नमस्कार प्राप्ति जी। इसने अभी
वैष्णवजन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णवजन तो तेने रे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे तोय, मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णवजन तो तेने रे कहिए।
सकल लोकમાં સૌને વંદે, નિંદા ન કરે કેની રે।
વાચ કાચ મન નિશ્ચળ રાખે, વાચ કાચ મન નિશ્ચળ રાખે, ધન ધન જનની તેની રે। વૈષ્ણવજન તો
तेने रे कहिए। समदृष्टिने तृष्णा त्यागी, पर स्त्री जेने मात रे।
જીહ્વા થકી અસત્ય ન બોલે,
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए। मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जैने, दृढ़ वैराग्य जना मन मारे।
राम नाम शु ताड़िर लागी, राम नाम शु ताड़िर लागी, सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे।
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए। वण लोभी ने कपट रहित छे, काम क्रोध निवार्या रे।
भण नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता, भण नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता, कुल एको तिर तारा रे।
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो, वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
Recently, many doctors and so on, but things are coming right now.
Okay, wonderful. I hope I could say that because over here trust is not rise, and we haven't been delivering it so far. But
Okay.
I hope that we can.
Yeah, no, I heard that things are bad in India.
Maybe in a month's time, what do you think? When do we begin to see the signs of labeling in here?
वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए जे, पीड़ पराई जाने रे।
पर दुखे उपकार करे तोए, मन अभिमान नाणे रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेरे कहिए।
सकळ लोकमा सौने वंदे निंदा न करे केनी
वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे वाच काच मन निश्चल राखे धन धन जननी तेनी रे वैष्णव जन तो
तेने कहिए समदृष्टिने तृष्णा त्यागे पर स्त्री जेने मात रे
जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले जिह्वा थकी असत्य न बोले पर धन नव झाले हाथ रे
वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए मोह माया व्यापे नहीं जेने दृढ़ वैराग्य जना मन मारे
राम नाम शू ताड़ी रे लागी राम नाम शू ताड़ी रे लागी सकल तीरथ तेना तन मारे वैष्णव जन तो तेने
वण लोभीने कपट रहित छे काम क्रोध निवार्या रे
भणी नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता भणी नरसैयो तेनु दर्शन करता कुल एको तिर तारा रे
वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे वैष्णव जन तो वैष्णव जन तो वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पराई जाने रे। वैष्णव जन तो तेने रे कहिए जे पीड़ पर।
Okay, Mrs. Gandhi.
Namaste, Ilaben.
Namaste.
Are you Niro?
Okay, very well. I'm catching a flight to Dublin today.
Oh, where are you?
Live on
Cape Town.
we are live on Facebook now.
We are all set to start just a minute ahead of 11:30, and hope that I see everybody present. Couple of minutes, we'll start. हाँ नमस्कार। हाँ हाँ सब हो गया, ठीक हो गया, लिख रहा हूँ मैं। हाँ ठीक है, ओके स्टार्ट। So, Ambassador Virendra Gupta ji, can you start? I think it's time.
आप शुरू करें।
The panel is here.
Has the minister joined in?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
there.
हाँ जी हाँ जरूर शुरू करें।
So let's start. On behalf of Antar Rashtriya Sahayog Parishad and our partner organization, Gandhi Smriti and Darshan Samiti, I welcome you all to today's webinar. This webinar, as a matter of fact, is second event together for ARSP and GSDS. Last year we held a conference that was 2019 commemorating 150th birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi ji. So I welcome you all to this conference webinar. As everybody knows, today we'll be listening to Mahatma Gandhi's journey through Europe and Africa in the shaping of his philosophy of Swaraj through Satyagraha. his youth in Europe and Africa's did create an impact on his personality. And I'm sure, looking at the panel, we'll be listening to best of the minds on Mahatma Gandhi ji. I am glad to state that Government of India's Minister of State for External Affairs, Shri V. Muralidharan ji, has joined us for this session, inaugural session. He is a parliamentarian in Rajya Sabha. That's something similar to upper house in the Western democracies. He became a Minister of State for External Affairs in May 2019. Earlier, he was Director General of Nehru Yuva Kendra, and before that, Deputy Chair of the same organization which worked with youth. He had been in public life and politics for quite long. It's almost 40 years. Since his student days, he is actively participating first in the students' union activities, then as the Director General of Nehru Yuva Kendra, and presently he is in the political party Bharatiya Janata Party. He was president of Kerala State Unit of Bharatiya Janata Party earlier, and now presently is the minister. I welcome Muralidharan ji today for this webinar. I am delighted that we have the august presence of Srimati Ila Gandhi ji, granddaughter of Mahatma Gandhi ji. Ila ji is born in South Africa and had been a peace activist. She was also a member of parliament in South Africa from 1994 to 2004, where she aligned with African National Congress and represented the area of Phoenix under KwaZulu-Natal province. Her parliamentary committee assignments included the Welfare and Public Enterprises committees as well as the ad hoc committees on surrogate motherhood. She was an alternate member of the Justice Committee and served on Theme Committee 5 on Judiciary and Legal Systems. She is a daughter of Sri Manilal Gandhi ji, Mahatma Gandhi's son, and grew up in an ashram that everybody knows, Phoenix settlement near Durban, South Africa. She is a well-known social worker and has served Child and Family Welfare Society for 15 years. Srimati Gandhi served as an executive member of the Natal Organization of Women from its inception in 1991. Her political affiliations include Natal Indian Congress, which she served as a vice president, the United Democratic Front, DESCOM Crisis Network, and Inanda Support Committee. It's on and on. I welcome on behalf of ARSP and GSDS, Ila Gandhi ji, where we'll be listening to you. Namaste and welcome. I need to also introduce Dr. Dipankar Sri Gyan ji, Director of Gandhi Smriti and Darshan Samiti. Divankarji is a well-known social worker, and his specialization is in rural development as well as tribal development. When I say rural development, I need to mention about Gandhiji's Gram Swaraj and Ram Raj. So he is an expert on these developmental activities and has done a PhD on rural development. Earlier, he was part of CAPART, the rural development body, which was active earlier and had been on various committees like officer on special duty in Department of Science and Technology, Government of Jharkhand, Deputy Director of CAPART, and also Deputy Director of Sri Krishna Institute of Public Administration, Ranchi Government. So he of course leads the GSDS, and we'll be listening to him today. So I welcome Deepankar Sri Gyanji today to this webinar. We also have with us President of Antar Rashtriya Sahayog Parishad, Ambassador Virendra Gupta ji. Virendra Gupta ji is a well-known diplomat, and his last assignment was in South Africa. He was High Commissioner to India's High Commissioner to South Africa, and is very popular in South Africa as well as in Trinidad and Tobago, where he served the missions and many other engagements that he led. He is the president of Antar Rashtriya Sahayog Parishad. Antar Rashtriya Sahayog Parishad is serving the diaspora since last 50 years. And the presidents of this organization, earlier president was Ambassador Shashank ji, Foreign Secretary of India, and like that, there is a galaxy of presidents that we had. We also have chairman of DRRC, Diaspora Research and Resource Center, Ambassador Anup Mudgal ji, who has served in various capacities in many countries as India's in foreign missions. His last assignment was in Mauritius as High Commissioner. And he also is a well-known ambassador, and he leads DRRC. This is a project, Diaspora Research and Resource Center, which is a project of Antar Rashtriya Sahayog Parishad, which is supported by Ministry of External Affairs. So I welcome both of them to join us in this opening session. Diaspora and Mahatma Gandhiji's relation need not be explained as a matter of fact. For every diaspora person, Mahatma Gandhi stands as an ideal. Today, we will be listening to all this in this session, and I now welcome Ambassador Anup Mudgal ji for his introductory remarks. Ambassador Mudgal ji, the floor is yours. Please
Thank you so
go ahead.
much, Shamji. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Let me also address Honorable Minister, distinguished members of the panel, associates of Antar Rashtriya Sahayog Parishad, ladies and gentlemen. As the chair of the Diaspora Research and Resource Center, I feel deeply honored in welcoming you all to this virtual conference to discuss the fascinating theme of Gandhiji's initial experience of childhood in India, education of law in the United Kingdom, and experiences in South Africa in the shaping of his philosophy of Swaraj through Satyagraha. In my view, this exposure was key to this journey of Gandhiji's life, which in many ways changed the way the society is expected to behave today. It is so true when President Nelson Mandela said, India gave us a barrister and we returned back a Mahatma. We all know Gandhiji grew up with the core Indian values of truth, we all know and use the term Satyameva Jayate, non-violence, ahimsa paramo dharma, cohabitation of diverse faiths, and respect for nature, these days we call sustainability. In the UK, as a student of law, Gandhiji was attracted to the values of the rule of law to deliver justice without discrimination. He did see a great merit in applying the codified laws in serving the cause of fairness and justice. It used to be widely argued that a written law applied equally to all would eliminate individual discretion, which always ran the risk of bias. As a young lawyer, Gandhiji liked this idea and ventured out to seek justice with his faith in law. However, his experiences in South Africa completely shattered his faith in the fairness of the law itself. He was thrown out of a train only because of the color of his skin. And the law allowed it, even though he had paid for the ticket to travel first class. He was shocked at this legalized discrimination. This event changed his life. He started questioning as to how could one expect an unfair law to deliver justice. Gandhiji refused to accept such discrimination and decided to challenge not only the unfair practices of law, but the very laws if they did not meet the standard of fairness and equality. This is where he started debating as to who could be the best custodian of the individual rights and liberties. Now, his answer was very, very straight and simple. He said, you yourself. Who else could protect your rights better than you yourself? This concept he developed into the powerful concept of Swaraj. The next obvious question was how to achieve Swaraj. This is where Gandhiji made a profound departure by rejecting any violent responses for seeking justice and instead adopted a novel path of non-violence as the tool to fight for truth, which in course he developed into another great philosophy called Satyagraha. Now just see, this to an Indian looks pretty familiar. This is exactly how Gandhiji combined his faith in core values of ahimsa, paramo dharma, and satyameva jayate to achieve inclusion in governance, or we can call it Swaraj through Satyagraha. This was a turning point in Gandhiji's life. Going by conventional wisdom, he could have easily called his followers to arms. That would perhaps been an easier challenge, as violence is driven by passion, which is much easier to arouse. But Gandhiji made a more difficult choice of non-violence, which is driven by patience, objectivity, and not by, by passion. Though this path was not free of hazards in any manner, but we all know Gandhiji was made of a different material. He used to say, I have many reasons to lay down my life for a good cause. but I do not have any reason good enough to harm anybody. So that was his commitment to non-violence and truth. He was deeply convinced of the eventual invincibility of truth and non-violence. No wonder, on his return to India, he continued to apply the force of Satyagraha, and perhaps in a first in the human history, a non-violent struggle compelled the most powerful colonial power of the day to simply wind up and go. It is also largely to the credit of Mahatma Gandhi that today no legitimate power wherever in the world can stand up and openly defend violence. You cannot do it. You see any document, be it the Charter of the United Nations or any country's constitution, nobody today, no legitimate power, I'm saying, no legitimate power today can stand up and say, yes, they support or defend violence. They cannot do it. And I think this change in behavior of the human society world over, the credit goes to Gandhiji. Even today, for example, if you look at uh, the movement, the Black Lives Matter in the US, or for example, the last rights when the last respects were given to the Congress member John Lewis, who was invoked in those speeches? Mahatma Gandhi. So I think Gandhiji made a very profound difference to the entire thought process of global society. And today, in fact, the idea is to listen to our experts and learn how his experience in Europe, basically United Kingdom, then South Africa, then passing through Mauritius, then his followers in Fiji, how that experience converted, as President Mandela used to say, a barrister into a Mahatma. We have a wonderful panel today, and I'm sure it will add a lot of value to our understanding of this process. And our objective is to understand Gandhiji and then bring him to the contemporary time. Because many a times people start asking this question: is the philosophy of non-violence, Swaraj, and all that stuff, would it work today? I was listening to a very distinguished panel at the United Nations. They said, please have the courage of bringing that philosophy back to life. It will definitely work. I think we have to work on that confidence in the society. Bring back Gandhiji amongst us and reject the bigotry of violence and go on the path of non-violence and sustainability. In my view, that is the only path available to the world society. Gandhi is the only answer to the problems that we are facing, be it violence, be it terrorism, be it global warming and destruction of our environmental systems. So I am really keenly looking forward to listening to all of you to probably further strengthen my faith in Gandhiji. And at DRRC, this is one of our objectives, to take Gandhiji to the younger generation. Lest we forget, this is something too important to forget or consign to history. Thank you very much. With these words, I close my presentation, and I look forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Mukherjee. Indeed, the peaceful revolution brought by Mahatma Gandhiji has changed the direction of the whole world towards non-violence. And it was like, be the change to bring in the change. Mahatma Gandhi lived what he taught. So I now invite Dr. Dipankar Sri Gyanji for welcome address. He is the director of Gandhi Smriti and Darshan Samiti. Dr. Dipankarji, the floor is yours.
Namaskar, sir. On behalf of Antar Rashtriya Sahayog Parishad and Gandhi Smriti Darshan Samiti, I am really privileged to welcome Sri V. Murli Vardharanji, the Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Government of India. We are lucky that one of the member from the organic family of Mahatma Gandhi, Srimati Ila Gandhi, is with us for this program. I really welcome her, and it's my privilege to welcome her because she is the only person in the family whom I did not meet yet. I welcome Professor Syam Parandaji, Anup Mudgalji, Virendra Gupta ji, and Parshuraman sir from Mauritius. Sir, in last 5 months, when the COVID started, I frankly admit that it was a real tough time for all of us, that all the programs were asked not to be organized. But it was a real luck to us that we started webinar, and this is the 14th webinar in the series, which is international one, which we are organizing in collaboration with our partners on the subject on Mahatma Gandhi. Today's subject is Mahatma Gandhi's journey through Europe and Africa in shaping his philosophy of Swaraj to Satyagraha. To me, Satyagraha is the vehicle and Swaraj is the goal for Mahatma. Mahatma learned Satyagraha not from anywhere, it was inbuilt from the Indian philosophy itself. He learned Satyagraha from his mother and his wife. He frankly admitted that, yes, I learned it from both of them. And for him, Swaraj was never a freedom unlimited, a freedom which was having a self-restraint. But unfortunately, in today's world, we have defined it in other ways. Swaraj has become a freedom for everything without any restraint, and Satyagraha has become a symbol that is for protest. But his Satyagraha was self-purification, his Satyagraha was self-commitment, and his Satyagraha was making and shaping his own philosophy. Undoubtedly, Mahatma Gandhi, with these two concepts, went to UK for his degrees in law. And the European philosophy influenced him, and he analyzed the European philosophies as well as the Indian philosophies. And finally, a new philosophy which he understood was how Satyagraha is a forceful vehicle to attain this Swaraj. How non-violence is a very good weapon in the hand of a peaceful man to defeat the violence. And violence has no place in the society. These were the philosophies which he developed, but the Africa was the first place where he practiced. He practices it very nicely. His practice of Satyagraha at Natal and attaining Swaraj for the black skinned people, that we are not following the unlawful laws of, imposed on them, and very peaceful manner he succeeded. And when he came back to India, it was really a fertile field for Mahatma Gandhi to practice it again and again. And he practiced all these theories of Satyagraha and non-violence, and finally Swaraj was attained. Unfortunately, in the current time, we have deviated from his philosophy. frankly speaking, we have really deviated from the philosophy that he preached, what he meant. We have made a symbol of Mahatma, that he is the symbol of a struggle, but the core of the struggle is really missing in our life. But our foreign policies are really guided by his policies of non-violence. We are not aggressive state. We never do that. So still our most of the policies in the government are guided by Mahatma Gandhi's basic principles and basic philosophies. I hope the world today will understand Mahatma Gandhi in true sense. Unless we understand him in the true sense, I'm really fearful that Mahatma will be remembered, but the philosophies will be away from us. I'm sure that today's panel will contribute to that spreading of those philosophies, and our all the audience who have attended this webinar through their internet will be beneficial for them and will surely benefit from the ideas given by our experts. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Right. Thanks, Dr. Deepankarji. That Satyagraha is the marg now, path ahead that we need to follow more religiously. And that the impact of Gandhiji is being experienced even in our foreign policy. Thank you very much. I now invite Ambassador Virendra Gupta ji, President of Antar Rashtriya Sahayog Parishad, for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Parandeji. I want to join others in welcoming and greeting Honorable Minister of State, Shri Muralidharanji. We are very honored, sir, by your presence. And I also want to greet my good friend, Ila Gandhiji, with whom during my stay in South Africa, I worked very closely. And don't go by the frail voice, but she's a very strong crusader for promoting Gandhian values and particularly emphasizing the relevance of contemporary relevance of Gandhian philosophies. Now, today's subject is, I think, extremely relevant for us to see how Gandhiji's philosophy of Satyagraha, the practice of Satyagraha, which he used effectively in achieving Swaraj for India, how did that come about? Point has been made that he got it from our scriptures, Indian civilizational values. All of that is true. But what one has to also see is that Gandhiji did not begin with the Satyagraha. I think there is a very distinct evolution of how he went about achieving his objectives. He was very single-minded, clear-minded about what his objectives were. He was brought into South Africa to deal with a commercial dispute by an Indian businessman. All of us know about it. But very soon, he was drawn into the larger issue of how the Indians were being treated in that country. Now, having had this education in London, and as Ambassador Mudgal said, the rule of the faith in rule of law, he obviously began, the legal recourse to mount the challenge to apartheid laws. But that, of course, did not work. In fact, his whole entire belief, he was a shattered man after that. He also began to petition the British government, colonial government. And in that, he began to emphasize that Indians are law-abiding, Indians are so essentially, the approach of cooperation with the British government in belief that if we cooperated with the British government would be nice and kind to us and would eliminate some aspects of discrimination against the Indian origin people. His objective was very, very clear. He was working for the Indian community and had not made a larger issue of aligning or putting together the entire spectrum of the population. Now, obviously, that did not work. Therefore, he began to experiment with new ideas. And I think it is extremely relevant. It's not just a cliche when Mandela said that, we return to you a Mahatma. Is that this whole 21-year stay in South Africa that Gandhiji had, he used it to develop this new technique, which was hitherto not practiced earlier. Began civil disobedience, uh, what some people called it passive resistance. But of course, from cooperation, he went to non-cooperation and defiance of unjust laws. Now, how did he do it? He encouraged people, because if the choice was between adopting the violent means, which some people were advocating, he clearly saw that that was not possible because the government was very powerful, and the some a few Indian origin people, and even if they had the support of the other sections of the population, would not be able to fight the local government. So what you see as something Satyagraha, hugely moralistic, uh, approach. But that moralistic approach, he did not begin with merely because of belief in goodness of life. Uh, I think this point is very often overlooked, that Gandhiji, apart from being moralistic, which he also, gradually developed into, kind of sainthood, because he began to, uh, give primacy to these moralistic values. But I think his journey when he began in the political process, he was an immensely practical man. And I have often emphasized that this point is very often overlooked, that he was a fiercely practical man. He realized that in order to get the masses involved in the struggle, and which you see the overtones of that in Indian freedom struggle also. When Gandhiji came to India, he saw that the freedom struggle was confined to drawing rooms where people would write petitions over a glass of whiskey, and those petitions would be sent to colonial government. And he said that this is not going to get you anywhere. So in South Africa, when he began to involve people and encourage them to break the unjust laws, the laws which involved payment of taxation, past laws, also annulment of Hindu and Muslim marriages. So in every which way, there was a lot of discrimination, a lot of oppressive injustice against the Indians. And he began to develop a strategy, because his objective was to promote the welfare of the Indian population. And how did he do it? He encouraged, he knew at that time for anyone to defy or break the law invited very heavy financial fine. I think if I remember correctly, it was 250 pound sterling had to be paid as fine. And most people, Indians, did not have the necessary financial means to pay 200 British pound. So they had to compulsorily spend 3 months in prison. And the South African government was very, very clear about strictly implementing the law. So therefore, nobody would come forward in breaking the law. So Gandhiji then went about establishing the Phoenix settlement near Durban, and also subsequently a much larger settlement, Tulsa, which was 10 times bigger than the Phoenix settlement, spread over 1,000 acres near Johannesburg. And his idea was that any Indian worker who would break the law would be brought to the Phoenix settlement or brought to the Tolstoy farm, and his family could be there, and he would be given, that family would be given, adequate requisite support. And that really made it easy for the Indians who were being appealed to break the law. He also found another very, very practical method of organizing marches. In 1913, I think very much towards the close of his stay in South Africa, he organized a march. And in 2013, we reenacted the 100 years of that march in collaboration with the Gandhi Development Trust under the leadership of Ilaji. uh, where thousands of people got together. This was just a 6-kilometer march. And at that time, Indians were allowed to live in Natal. They were not allowed to live in Transvaal. So in 1913, he encouraged the Indians to cross over from Natal to Transvaal and court arrest. And I think found a very novel method of protest. So I think the point that I'm trying to make is that we must try and understand, you know, Gandhiji's practicality and not deify him. Gandhiji does not have to be put in a temple for being the moral preacher that he was. I think in all that he did, he was an immensely practical person, and he found a practical method of involving the masses to make our freedom struggle, and also the resistance to these laws in South Africa, the civil disobedience, the Satyagraha that he offered. How could he come about making that Satyagraha, that movement of opposition, mass-based? And I think that was essentially his strategy. So I think he was, apart from the fact that he had this great moral underpinning, he was also a great strategist. So I think if we begin to understand him, appreciate him as a hugely practical person, we would be able to understand his relevance, the relevance of his philosophy in today's world. With these few words, I'd like to thank DRRC and Gandhi Smriti, Darshan Smriti in organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ravindraji, for explaining the experiments that Mahatma Gandhi did in South Africa and his practical ways to find a solution peacefully. Of course, we have amongst us someone who walked the marga, the path shown by Mahatma Gandhi, and Ilaji is the privileged one in the sense we all inherited little of Mahatma, but Ilaji walked the path. Her fight back against the apartheid put her into house arrest for a long 9 years. It's like that, and we like to listen to her struggle, and of course, today's theme, understanding the philosophy of Swaraj through Satyagraha. I now welcome Ilaji to speak, and we will surely be benefited out of that. Ilaji, we also have tried to connect to the Know India programs youth who visited, the diaspora youth who visited Antar Rashtriya Sahayog Parishad, that every year 6 programs happen in ARSP, and some of them have connected. And they are the hope that the diaspora has to follow the noble path of Satyagraha, Swaraj to Satyagraha, and they are also listening. I now welcome Ilaji. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shyamji and Virendraji, the Minister, Honorable Minister of State, other dignitaries present, and all the listeners, participants in this webinar. Thank you for inviting me. I want to firstly talk about Gandhiji's journey from Mohandas to Mahatma. And in talking about this, I talk about his experiences in the 26 years. I'm talking about 26 years because we include the journey to Britain, to Europe, and South Africa. And this happened from the age of 18 to 44, the prime years of his life. And this cannot be underestimated. Those were the years when actually Gandhiji's life and Gandhiji's philosophies were formulated. Not unusually, because all of us, if we look at our lives, we will see that our changes happen during this formative period. From 18 to 40 years, we are learning new things and we change. So while the home in which we are born and the education institutions we attend are important centers of learning and molding of our characters, there are certain things in life that we learn from experience and from experimentation. We, in addition, learn from the company we are exposed to and the literature that we read. And Bapuji's life shows us this, how he learned from literature and from other people. But we also see that our early childhood experience has much to do with how we perceive the world and how much of our thoughts are exposed to independent thinking and how much we are conditioned to believe without questioning. The role of critical thinking depends a great deal on our early years, the 0 to 10 years, when either we are given a patient ear to our puerile questions, or we are silenced by impatience and told to do as instructed and not question elders. Those why questions are suppressed by an authoritarian training, which we may be exposed to in our early years. This has a lasting effect on our lives. We may grow and develop as people who will accept as gospel what peers in our lives may say or what we read, or we may question and find answers for ourselves. In the modern world today, we observe the influence of media and fake news and witness the rise of populism while critical thinking is eroded. Gandhiji was constantly questioning, and he said, and I quote, "Persistent questioning and healthy inquisitiveness are the first for the acquiring learning of any kind." So questioning was very important, Gandhiji said this. And I think, Honorable Michael earlier described how he questioned the laws and the fairness of the laws. So that was one of his questioning. There were many things that he questioned in his life. Gandhiji developed both his spirituality and his respect for all faiths. In London, he started learning about religion. He read the Gita for the first time, and it became his reference book for the rest of his life. He also read the Bible and the Quran during this period of 26 years. He is famously known to have asked Srimad Rajchandraji 26 questions about Hindu faith, thus building on his knowledge of Hinduism as well. He met many other people, but the members of the Vegetarian Society became his most notable friends. Let me say this, they led him to visit the Marian Hill Monastery in Durban in South Africa. In April 1895, just 2 years after he came to South Africa, Gandhiji visited the Marian Hill Monastery near Pinetown which was started by a Trappist, Father Francis Fanon. Gandhiji was impressed by this little settlement, and he wrote in the London Vegetarian describing this visit to Marienhill, and I quote, "The settlement is a quiet little model village. The principle of liberty, equality, and fraternity is carried out in its entirety. Every man is a brother, every woman a sister. None may keep money for private use. All are equally rich or poor. A better instance of undying faith and perfect implicit obedience could not well be found anywhere else. If their repast is the simplest possible, their dining tables and bedrooms are no less so. They believe in no color distinction. I know from personal experience that a visit to the farm is worth a voyage from London to Natal." This was his impression, and that was just 2 years after he came to South Africa. The seed of simple agrarian lifestyle with discipline and driven by values began to germinate in his mind. Later, the influence of philosophers such as Ruskin and Tolstoy inspired him to actually establish such a settlement of his own, though much more modest, at the Phoenix settlement in 1904. So began his first experiment with communal, simple living on a farm, where they grew their own food and learned to become self-sufficient. Through learning various trades, here his thinking and his life slowly began to transform. He took the vow of celibacy in 1906. He began experimenting with alternate methods of attending to ill health, but primarily the idea that he developed was that we need to build conditions of good health so that we do not get sick. He organized stretcher bearer corps, assisting the British in 2 wars that they waged in South Africa. And there he tended to the wounded, amongst whom were many Zulus who were refused treatment by the white authorities. And he learned from these Zulus about their plight. He began to learn more about the conditions in which the indentured workers lived from his contact with the workers living in the vicinity of Phoenix settlement. He organized Satyagraha involving the masses of the indentured workers from the sugar fields and the coal mines. That was the 1913 Satyagraha that we just spoke about. He encouraged women to participate in the Satyagraha. And if we remember, at that time, women were not even given the vote. Even white women were not considered as equals. So in that time, I would say that we would consider him a visionary to encourage women to participate in Satyagraha and actually become organizers. He started communal interfaith prayers at Phoenix settlement, where people of all faiths would come together and say their different prayers in their own tradition. He started he started to learn about timekeeping and an ordered, disciplined lifestyle. And you see this throughout his life, how important time was. As a little child, when I was in the ashram, we had a specific time slot when we could go and visit him. And that slot was kept for us to visit him. So that's how his whole entire life was, um, you know, carried out. So time was of essence to him. It was during this time that he learned the value of media, and he started his first newspaper, the Indian Opinion, the name of which was perhaps inspired by the African newspaper called Imboza Bantu Sulu. And the meaning of this is the native opinion of South Africa. And so this was started by Tengo Jabavu, a prominent leader. And so he gave his newspaper the name Indian Opinion. During this time, Gandhiji also began to see his role as a lawyer. And I want to quote what he wrote. I had learned the true practice of law. I had learned to find out the better side of human nature and to enter men's hearts. I realized that the true function of a lawyer was to unite parties riven asunder. The lesson was so indelibly burnt into me that a large part of my time during the 20 years of my practice as a lawyer was occupied in bringing about private compromises of hundreds of cases. So this was the beginning of that idea of non-violent solutions to conflict or non-violent resolution. It was also during these years that he began to realize that economic equality is the master key to non-violent independence. Working for economic equality means abolishing the eternal conflict between capital and
encourages us to find solutions to problems in a more equitable way, whether it is one's own personal life or in the larger domain of public policy. It's the hallmark of a great life, the life of Mahatma Gandhi. When a young Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi left for South Africa in 1893, neither his family nor anybody in the then British India expected that he would one day return to India as Mahatma. But such was the transformation that South Africa brought about in him. It's often said that, as it has been mentioned by Ambassador Mudgal, it is that India gave Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi to South Africa and returned an evolved, transformed and enlightened visionary, the Mahatma. Saying that India may have been the Janma Bhumi of Mohandas Gandhi, but it was South Africa which turned him as one of the greatest human beings that ever lived among us, perhaps in the last 2 centuries. His life is a story of extraordinary contributions of an ordinary man who wore the common man's dhoti and spoke truth to those in power while never letting his smile fade. He was an embodiment of ideal human being. He was a visionary figure who created one of the greatest political movements in history. He was also a philosopher and thinker of extraordinary depth and originality. Thanks to him, today concepts like non-violence, civil disobedience, and Satyagraha have entered the collective consciousness across the globe. He delved deep into the causes of sufferings of people here in India as well as in South Africa during his 21 years of stay there. Identified himself with the commoner and found ways to empower him. Gandhiji's life and his journey is a life lesson for all. We all are aware of the incident at Pietermaritzburg station where Gandhiji was pushed off the train. It shook him and maybe for the first time brought him face to face with the institutionalized discrimination that natives, whether Indian or African, faced under the colonial rule. This realization of his only grew with the time that he spent in South Africa, accelerated by the grossly unjust practices of the then Her Majesty's government of South Africa. Having realized the inherently biased and unjust colonial rule, Gandhiji looked for means to fight them. His training as a barrister made him to look for solutions within the framework of British Constitution or British law. But he soon came to the conclusion that while the answer should be something within the framework of British Constitution, the remedy should be beyond a typical legal solution. Gandhiji stumbled upon the concept of Satyagraha, that is holding firmly to truth. After experimenting with various different forms of protest through his experiences in South Africa and London, he realized that seeking truth needs people's support and that adoption of violent means would divert their attention and deviate them from pursuing the cause. These concepts became the key instruments for his lifelong struggle against colonialism in India and Africa. Satyagraha is Gandhiji's supreme contribution to political thought, and it is an accepted practice for all political movements in India. For him, it was a powerful weapon against injustice and exploitation of the colonized. A Satyagrahi could appeal to the morality of the unjust oppressor without employing violent means or being aggressive. Satyagraha is now a universally accepted means of moral political action aimed at fighting evil and resolving conflicts. Also, two deeply Indian concepts made a strong impression on him and were to become his guiding principles in the decades ahead. One was aparigraha, that is renunciation. which implied letting go of the materialistic belongings. And the other was samabhava, that is equability, which tells people to remain unruffled by the pain or pleasure, victory or defeat, and to work diligently by doing one's best without worrying for the result. When he returned to India, Gandhiji was an evolved soul. He gained leadership, proposed ways to influence the masses, and encouraged them to seek truth and rise to the occasion to challenge the oppressor. Exposure to every school of thought during his law college days in London, his understanding of customs and culture of the British in London, South Africa and India, and his direct involvement in people's movements in Africa made him think and redefine his course of action. Having created an impact on the political conscience of the common people of colonial India, Gandhiji accelerated his peaceful agitation by non-violent means. Based on the sound pillars of truth and non-violence, Gandhiji's Satyagraha approach brought the various groups fighting for freedom under one platform. Salt Satyagraha of 1930 was a watershed in the history of the Indian independence movement. Every household in the country empathized with his cause and joined the movement, which eventually became Struggle for Swaraj, and the rest is history. The idea behind Gandhiji's Swaraj was to make every individual a self-sufficient human being. He saw it as the fundamental requirement, not only for achieving political freedom, but also emancipation of the common man. Gandhiji's Swaraj included ideas such as Gram Swaraj, where he proposed to achieve self-sufficiency at the village level. He envisioned a village republic, or the Gram Swaraj, which was non-exploiting, a decentralized system. This idea has been the guiding force for all the governments of the independent India. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier, today we have the privilege of having the renowned Gandhian experts amongst us. I am sure all of you will be eager to listen to their presentations. Therefore, let me conclude here by wishing the organizers a very successful conference and all the participants a very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muralidharanji. We thank you very much because we are aware of the heightened diplomatic engagements that the Ministry of External Affairs is experiencing since last 6 years, as a matter of fact. So we thank you for joining and putting forth the whole of the diaspora life of and experience of Gandhiji together and presenting them. Thank you very much. I especially thank Ilaji that you joined us, and I now move over to the second session, the academic session. I invite Ambassador Budgalji to conduct the session.
Thank you so much, Shamji. I think the direction has been very clearly set by a very, very profound presentation by Honorable Minister and Ilaji. I think these two presentations have made probably our work and job a bit easier. We know in which direction this discussion has to go. We have 4 very distinguished scholars who will be developing these ideas further. And I now invite my very dear friend, Dr. Parshuraman, who is a former Minister of Higher Education from Mauritius. He was a director at UNESCO, and currently he runs an NGO called Global Rainbow Foundation, which works with differently abled people, not only in Mauritius, but in many other countries of Africa. And he's also working very closely with Indian institutions working on empowerment of differently abled people. So I hand over the floor to Dr. Parshuraman. Sir, you have about 10 minutes to enlighten us about your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anupji. Respected Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs, Simurali Dharan. Respected Miss Ella Gandhi, Chairperson Gandhi Development Trust, and respected granddaughter of Mahatma Gandhi. Ambassador Virendra Gupta, President of ARSP, the Chair of Gandhi Smiti and Darshan Samiti, Sri Dipankar Sri Gyanji, Ambassador Anup Mudgal, Chairman of DRRC, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would start by thanking my respected friend and mentor, Ambassador Mudgal, for contacting me and bestow upon me with the honor to address this morning event. It is indeed a pleasure to share my experience and experiment with the Gandhian philosophy. Ambassador Mudgal often calls me the living Mauritian Gandhi. In all humility, I am indeed a fervent follower of the Gandhian philosophies in my daily life. My pursuits are primarily stemming from Gandhi's notion of truth, Satyagraha, and service to community. Through his philosophy, and I would like here to recall another important influence on me is what the letter Mahatma Gandhi wrote in 1947 to Julian Huxley, the first Director General of UNESCO, responding to a letter. He said, "I learned from my illiterate but wise mother that all rights to be deserved and preserved come from duty well done. Thus, the very right to live accrues to us only when we do the duty of citizenship of the world." From this one fundamental statement, perhaps it is easy enough to define the duties of men and women and correlate every right to some corresponding duty to be first performed. See how Gandhi was visionary, was talking of world citizenship, learned from his mother. And that inspired me also very much. And through the philosophy of truth and nonviolence and the use of nonviolent political struggle for independence of India, he emerged as one of the foremost political and spiritual leaders of the 20th century. His philosophy was emulated by several world leaders such as Martin Luther King and Nelson Mandela in their respective struggles. Gandhi's long journey across the world has embedded his philosophical views on a global dimension. When we talk about Satyagraha and Gandhi's philosophy, some forget that Gandhi experienced some of his greatest political awakenings, not in India, but in Africa. Indeed, Gandhi arrived on the continent as a lawyer with complete faith in the British Empire and first became aware of racial injustice in Africa. First engaged in political action in Africa, and first expressed his belief in peaceful protest in Africa. Service has become an enduring lesson for entire humanity. His message continues to reverberate even today, and with ease transcends boundaries, both political and imagined. From South Africa, Europe, and Asia, he remained a notable pacifist in modern world history, and the 21st century remains inspired by Bapu. Days and acquainted himself fairly well with the conditions of the settlers who mainly migrated from India as from 1837. Mauritius is blessed under the influence of Bapu with the various prominent Mauritian figures who adhere to his principles on the socio-cultural and personal levels. In fact, in Mahatma, A New Approach, Professor Basdev Bisun population, especially the Indians, to send their children to school. During a reception given to him at a place called Taherbag, located in Port Louis, the capital of the island, he forecast that the prosperity of the nation at large would depend on the labor of the Indian immigrants who must educate their children. And he goes further to say that, in fact, one author, Mauritian author, Deolal Taku, writing in Mahatma Gandhi in Mauritius, made this very powerful and beautiful statement. He said, Gandhi's words came out of his heart and fell as nectar on the famished ears of his audience. He advised them to give more attention to the education of their children, to consider themselves as citizens of their adopted land and country, and it spread 118 the message of God, truth, love, and non-violence. And that had the lasting impact on Mauritius. And indentured laborers had emigrated from Mauritius to Natal. They had made important contribution to the emergence of the sugar industry as well. By the Indo-Mauritian community, but also by others by the community as a whole. And I would like to quote that in an article in a newspaper, France Boyer, a sincere Christian, wrote in La Vie Catholique, if Gandhi had met Christ, the latter would have loved him. That's a beautiful quote. And this last statement is indicative of the impact of Gandhi's spiritual influence even on the Christian community of the island. Conclude, apostle of nonviolence, Gandhi is the pillar of nonviolent revolutions, whereby he strongly believes that in a gentle way you can shake the world, and he debunks the binaries, stating that I'm a Muslim, I'm a Hindu, I'm a Christian, and a Jew. His inclusive principles redefined my perspective and aided me in sharpening my my philanthropic engagements, along with Mother Teresa, Mahatma Gandhi, empowered me in my mission to give back to society in Mauritius and India, the land of my forefathers. My reverence to Gandhi is rooted in his philosophical discourses of service to the community. His philanthropic vision for the India and the world at large is a cornerstone of my mission and vision for the persons with disabilities in Mauritius. The Global Rainbow Foundation, the NGO I founded and head, advocates for the rights of persons with disabilities and combats injustice through non-violence and power of love and solidarity. In fact, Global Rainbow Foundation, Excellency, you may be aware, we have adopted Vaishnav Janto Tere Kaiye as our adopted song. We play this song first to recall and to remind us of our mission of service. I work with the PWD. It is this line that I've initiated. It is in this line that I've initiated a further we made 150 boards, posters with Gandhi's quotes, which we are disseminating among as well as a webinar with a keynote address by Ambassador Mudgal, a great friend of Mauritius, and as I said earlier, my mentor, so that we can commemorate the presence of Gandhi in his absence.
Hello, Parsuji. Are you there? Hello.
I think, Ambassador, there is a connectivity issue at his end.
I think so. I will have to probably let him come back and tell him.
Now, yes.
Yeah, there was some difficulty. We couldn't hear you. No problem. Is it over, your presentation, or is it?
Yes, I concluded with the last word I said.
Yes.
Bapu is a gift to the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So I thank you so much, my very dear friend. In fact, I was right when I called, I saw a living Gandhi in you. The kind of work you are doing there is absolutely amazing. And thank you very much. And I would suggest please send your statement because there were some disruptions because of the connectivity. Now, in fact, I will invite Professor Satyendra Nandan from Fiji, though he's working now as a professor in Australia. Professor Nandan is a very distinguished Gandhian. In fact, I was reading his CV. Very impressive, sir. I'm deeply impressed by what you have done and what you are doing. In fact, he is also a former member of the Fijian cabinet. He was also a commissioner on the commission which worked on the latest constitution. So in Professor Nandan, we have a Gandhian. we have an academician, we have an author, and we have a constitutional expert. I think let's listen to him. He would definitely take us through that path which made Gandhiji from a barrister to a Mahatma. Floor is your, Professor Saib, and you have about 10 minutes to please make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anup. You initially gave me 15, but 10, 12 is all right. Thank you very much. Pleasure to see you all. And I've had such a distinguished panel and speakers with an ocean of ideas. And you are dealing with a man who was like an ocean, who touched every island, every continent, every human being in many ways. So I'm delighted to be part of this remarkable celebration of the 150th anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi's birth. I've got a few notes here, so just not to waste your time, I'll simply read. I've titled my piece, The Mahatma Overseas Satyagraha to Swaraj. The 19th century is generally regarded as the greatest imperial century in modern history. The sun of the British Empire was burning brightly over at least a quarter of the globe, and many millions of people in many colors of the so-called discovered world. The British Empire was the longest, but it was not the largest. Wasn't the longest, but it was the largest. It changed the configurations of our consciousness, cultures, ideas of countries and peoples in enduring ways. Not always for the best, but there it was, assisted by Christianity, conquest, conversions, commerce, technology, ideas, and ideologies of human civilizations, and one truly global language, English, which we are using today. In its pursuit of civilizing missions of explorations, exploitations, and colonizations, it encircled much of the world. London was a great city of lights. It attracted moths from many obscure corners of the world. The British Empire, many believed, will last at least 1,000 years, with India the jewel in the imperial crown. Gandhi, aged 19, arrived in London to be trained as a lawyer towards the last quarter of the century. He was born in 1869. He spent almost 3 years studying in the city, walking the streets, trying to be an English gentleman, and meeting people of different faiths and fads. In 1893, after his failure as a lawyer in Bombay, he was sent to South Africa to help settle disputes between Indian merchants. As fate would have it, he spent 20 years of his most formative life in South Africa. Sometimes in the wrong train, you reach the right station in life. He returned finally to India aged 46 and hardly ever went overseas but traveled within the vast and beautiful continent we call Indian subcontinent. Altogether, he spent almost a third of his very active, formative life away from India. This made all the difference to him, to India, and to the world we inhabit today. London, Durban, Johannesburg shaped him more subtly, perhaps, than Bombay, Calcutta, Karachi, or Delhi. Exile, ladies and gentlemen, can be the most creative force, and modern civilization is shaped more radically by exiles and emigres than any other species of humanity. From Marx to the Mahatma is an exhilarating journey, voyages of discovery and revolutionary disasters. No Indian leader of Gandhi's or our times had had his education, experience, faith, and convictions or vision. His creative energy or legislative creativity. Compared to him, most of his contemporaries left behind monstrous reputations. Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, Mao, to name a few. Even Winston Churchill's statues are being toppled today. See all around us today, and you can imagine the light Gandhi was and is. Most of today's leaders of men and women are yokels compared to this extraordinary man who came out of an ordinary coastal town riddled with his own limitations and views of the world. His transformation from a mediocre man to a magnificent Mahatma is truly the miracle of the 20th century, the most genocidal century in history. So one might attempt to understand what went into the making of this more than a remarkable outsider. Let's not forget that more than Indians loved him, the world loved him, but it took a so-called Indian to assassinate him. Mohandas Gandhi has been called a critical outsider, but he was much more than that. He was a profoundly creative genius of the self and the soul and of the world in which we live. His capacity to transform himself with a transcendent love, I feel, is unique. I have not come across any human soul with that capacity to remake himself constantly from every word, action, thought, or relationship. To have done this without denying any aspect of life as irrelevant or insignificant. No life was expendable, no cause was too small, no human soul was beyond redemption. He did not seek any divine inheritance either. He was human and showed us by his life and living what it means to be truly human. He revealed himself to humanity in his acts, words, thoughts. He tried to change a culture, a civilization, from sanitation to Satyagraha, first within himself, then his family and companions, then his community and his country. Today, in COVID-19, his message is more meaningful to our lives, livelihood, and liberties than ever before. With hope, he always put our shared but unfinished humanity above everything else. London opened his world in many directions. He read widely, met people of different complexions and creeds. In an alien landscape, he discovered the spiritual richness of India in a few texts he hadn't read in the place of his birth. He read these in translations. In that sense, he was a translated man, like many of us. From Fiji, I am now living down under in Australia. From Sermon on the Mount to Tolstoy's The Kingdom of God is Within You, to Ruskin's works, among others, he garnered wisdom as a miner gathered diamonds from the South African mines. Nothing was alien to him, from Plato to the works of lesser philosophers. He was challenged, but he challenged others also. He knew the most creative ground was below his feet, rooted in India's spiritual soil. Europe was the dominant civilization at that time, emerging out of Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution. Gandhi must have felt that Britannia ruled the waves, but he also saw how the imperial rulers waved the rules when it suited them, done mostly under royal assent. Even in India of caste, petty princelings, a pali civilization, many were loyal to the Raj to preserve their influence and advance their interests. But Gandhi saw his public life quite differently, as public service par excellence. To understand this marvelous transformation, one has to go to the dark continent. Durban in South Africa was the darkest. Here he found his life's mission that gave him a vision of public service unprecedented in Indian public life, with a totally new idea of service coupled with a spiritual dimension. Part of the Indian heritage, Satyagraha and Ahimsa became his sword and shield, so to speak. Swaraj was the freedom, ultimately, of the soul. If he had succeeded in Bombay as a lawyer, he might have upheld British rule with convictions. Instead, his sojourn in South Africa made him defy the unjust laws at every opportunity, which enabled him to sharpen his weapons of Satyagraha, which he deployed against a ruthlessly racial regime. It took another century to dismantle the terrible system, at least partially, because we know these battles are going on in our most exciting democracy, with race and caste as the front wheels of the crushing, rattling chariot of prejudice and persecution. It was in South Africa that Gandhi discovered a vision of public work, political activism, as service to humanity rather than to one's country or community alone. In the welfare of all was the welfare of everyone, Sarvodaya as he called it. He sharpened this insight in the midst of people of various faiths, colors, interests, and motivations. Interfaith harmony and living together were his basic tenets of human dignity and equality. In that battle, he was killed twice in South Africa, almost killed twice in South Africa, finally and fatally in New Delhi. It was, to my mind, the second crucifixion. But he never showed the bitterness against those who opposed him so brutally. Amidst so much violence, he invented his greatest weapon of non-violence. Truth, as he perceived it, became his search for his God. In his ripening understanding of the nature of ultimate truth and of the essential nature of humanity, there emerged a realization that how interconnected our words, actions, and thoughts are in one and only world. The action of one affects by some mysterious alchemy all for good or for evil. That the mystery of salvation or moksha is to be found in the outcast, in the afflicted, the poor, and the dispossessed. The seeker of this truth could not separate himself from God's creatures. To achieve this, political commitment was as important as a spiritual quest. Indeed, there were two sides of the human coin with some very harsh edges in between. It's outside, it's outside among the European migrants, Indian small merchants and indentured laborers that he discovered his life's mission. No Indian leader of that time had gained that insight in the subjugation of a people under foreign yoke in a migrant society. He touched the life of millions and found great courage and among the most ordinary men and women in Natal and Transvaal. They gave him their trust, and Gandhi was a great gift of the Girimit people to India, I think. True, he didn't pay attention to the condition of the native peoples, but Gandhi knew that if he carved a way, showed a path of resistance, the indigenous people would find their own means to fight tyranny and discrimination. Without the Natal Indian Congress, I think there would be no African National Congress or a Nelson Mandela. There are therefore connections and interconnections that we need to look into. Significantly, his own idea of Indianness he found not on the subcontinent, but on the African continent. As someone remarked, you sent us a lawyer, we gave you Beka Mahatma with the invincible weapon of civil disobedience. Pity he never went to the USA, but without him, there would be no Martin Luther King or Rosa Parks, among others, including Barack Obama. Let's hope Kamala Harris shows the Gandhian touch in her pursuit of peace and happiness. Gandhi believed Indian liberation was to be pursued not through the European idea of nation state or through violent revolution, which had done so much damage to Western Christian civilization, but true Swaraj must come from a society's moral transformation and social upliftment of the poorest, the loneliest, and the lost. Self-respect and self-reliance were the 2 feet on which the humblest and the powerful walked always. Gandhi would never have written Hind Swaraj, his great book, if he hadn't been to Europe and seen what European ideas of progress and revolution had done and was doing not only to Europe, but to the world. Here, he also met many patriotic but imitative Indians and foresaw that their methods will destroy the very world whose freedom was so dear to all of them. That he did fully succeed is, of course, a tragedy of immense sorrow to me personally. That history will continue to hurt and haunt the subcontinent for centuries. Still, his achievements were magnificent, and he left a standard against which Indians and others will measure themselves for generations from places like Fiji to the largest democracy in the world. Gandhi propagated an alternative vision to counteract the forces that led to 2 world wars, the Holocaust, and Hiroshima, amidst numerous other tragedies. Today, some parts of Hind Swaraj appear outdated, but in COVID-19, we can see the insightful wisdom in the book. It has lessons for us and might help us to see the catastrophic consequences of climate change or blowing up 50,000-year shrines of the Aboriginal people for mining. Greed, not need, is the modern creed. Gandhi understood that. From personal hygiene to political healing, his message is crucially relevant and profoundly timely to any self-respecting individual, community, or nation. He was most critical of himself and then his society, with its oppressive structures in so many forms, facets, faces, and frameworks. In posing those challenges to himself, his compatriots, his fellow human beings, he became a recurring inspiration to men and women of all times and all places on our one and only wounded planet. These battles continue unabated on the streets of London and Berlin, New York, and New Delhi. Another gift of Gandhi overseas was what he experienced among the indentured laborers, my grandparents, in South Africa. This gave him his deepest sense of Indianness and made him see what was being done to thousands in remote places of the empire, from South Africa to the South Pacific. Who can ever forget his meeting with Bala Sundram? His efforts with a few others led to the abolition of this abomination. Significantly, ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the century of the termination of the last indenture. The other was truly my brother. He explored all relationships through action and in words. He wrote relentlessly. No human hand in my knowledge has written more than Gandhi's. None of his Indian contemporaries have written anything as thought-provoking, as original, or as noble, or as honest as the Mahatmas. I think he understood this great gift when he was abroad to influence the thinking of others. Words were powerful weapons for good and ill, and he deployed them with increasing effect. He showed the penned word was truly mightier than the sword. Gandhiji used his pen mainly in his mother tongue to reach millions in translations. That remains, in my opinion, his deepest and most enduring gift to humanity's journey beyond the self. As the late John Briley, the author of Gandhi, his screenplay of the famous biopic, probably the world's greatest biopic ever produced by Richard Attenborough, he says, "It is in his writing that I found the brave, determined man with his unsentimental honesty about the complexity of men and his unshakable belief that on balance they are more inclined to good than evil, and that on that slight imbalance they can build and achieve and perhaps survive even in a nuclear age, perhaps more relevant on the subcontinent today." Gandhi lived the most fundamental drama of all, ladies and gentlemen, the war in our hearts between love and hate. He knew it was a war with many defeats, but he believed in only one victor. Even if I may claim, even Vyasa or Valmiki, I think, couldn't have imagined such a human being, such a heroic heart with such humane holiness for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nanda. Such a fascinating story. I think by ending your time, we have remained poorer. But I consider this only a beginning. I think we'll have to have a much longer session with you, and this conversation has to go on. We cannot consider this as the beginning and the end of the story. So now I have another very distinguished speaker, Dr. Rajendran Govardhan. He is, in fact, a social cohesion advocate. You see, what a topic so close to Gandhiji's heart. Social cohesion advocate. Rajendran, the other day I was listening to a scholar on Gandhiji, and he said, whenever I go to Bombay, I go to the High Court building, and I say, thank you very much. You did not allow Mahatma Gandhi to become a famous or successful lawyer in India. If that had happened, then Gandhiji probably would have remained a barrister and would not have turned into a Mahatma. So you being barrister, I'm sure you will understand this anecdote or story that sometimes we have to be thankful uh, for his not such a successful legal career, because otherwise we would have missed a Mahatma in our story. So I invite now my dear friend, Mr. Govender. Please, the floor is yours for about.
Thank you so much to the organizers of this conference. It is an absolute delight being here and sharing my thoughts. Right. My topic today is Gandhi and his influence on South African political leadership, with specific reference to Nelson Mandela. As Gandhiji's 150th birth anniversary is approaching its conclusion, this virtual conference on Gandhi today gives us an opportunity to recall the 4 fundamental principles that Mahatma Gandhi taught: truth, satya, non-violence, ahimsa, welfare of all, sarvodaya, and peaceful protest, Satyagraha. Swadeshi was a key focus of Mahatma Gandhi, who described it as a soul of Swaraj, self-rule. Gandhi's idea of Swaraj in the colonial period was predominantly to empower and liberate people and teach them to rule themselves and establish self-control, self-respect, and capacities for self-realization. The Gandhian philosophy has always been the guiding light for the governments to implement the democracy in India and worldwide in an effective manner. There were many incidences that led Gandhi to develop the concept of Satyagraha. He united the Indians from different communities, languages, and religions who had settled in South Africa. He had lived 2 decades in South Africa, a country of black, brown, and white populations, writing, speaking, organizing, and practicing law with restless zeal. Restless and unremittingly preoccupied as he was, an inner stillness permeated him, a calm self-assurance. Ex-indentured laborers, tradespeople, and professionals looked upon Gandhi as one who had ministered to their personal, professional, and political needs. The Tolstoy farm and Phoenix settlement, set up by Gandhiji, were places which invited Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Jews, and Parsis speaking many languages, Tamil, Telugu, Hindi, Gujarati, and Urdu, to live self-sufficiently and selflessly in a society of chaste human fellowship. Gandhi ji was like the head of a family in these settlements, guiding and instructing the inmates, and of course, working at the same time for the cause he had given to himself, the dignity of Indians in South Africa and the honor of India. The strongest sign of Gandhi's influence on South African resistance politics can be found in the 1952 Defiance Campaign. The intensity of the campaign against unjust past laws and curfews for Africans was a sign of the growing frustration of South Africa's majority. The 8,000 volunteers, members of the African National Congress, South African Indian Congress, and the Colored People's Congress were, in the end, unsuccessful, but it showed the way forward to a unified South Africa. You may never know what results come of your actions, but if you do nothing, there will be no results, Mahatma Gandhi said. South Africa played a pivotal role in shaping who Gandhi became. It molded his political views and was the furnace that formed the philosophy that changed the world. His example of determined, non-violent struggle and the idea that defending the dignity of all makes for a better world remains relevant today. Gandhi never returned to South Africa after he left. The legacy he bequeathed the country can be seen in the work of the many he influenced. The families and children of his closest confidants, Thambi Naidu, Pasi Rastamji, and Ahmed Kachalia, were all active in the struggle for a non-racial democratic South Africa. 100 years ago, a great man left our shores, but we must remain committed to the lessons of life that he bequeathed to all of us. South Africa's greatest supporter of the Gandhian principles were none other than the great Nelson Mandela. Both Nelson Mandela and Mahatma Gandhi were complex personalities whose character could not be defined at any single moment in time, nor by any single utterance. They both changed a great deal at various points in their lives. They were both open to a range of influences, never being complacent or arrogant about their understandings and willing to change if necessary. Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, fondly known as Gandhiji, and Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, known to all as Madiba. Their legacies go far beyond their stature as the founding fathers of our two great independent nations, India and South Africa. What they lived for, what they stood for, and indeed what they fought for, continues to resonate with people across the world decades since their birth. They have influenced generations of leaders, not just in South Africa and India, but worldwide. Their thought on justice and liberty, on human dignity and human rights, and on non-violent resistance continues to influence social and political movements in all four corners of the globe. They shared a common passion for and understanding of the principle of sustainable development decades before the term was even coined. They understood the importance of environmental conservation, of the development of rural communities, of agricultural self-sufficiency being critical to a nation's success. Gandhiji and Madiba were products of their time and of the social, political, cultural, and other influences that made and shaped them. Yet they were men ahead of their time. It is indisputable that they were visionaries. Both Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela were outstanding leaders of men, and present destinies of the respective countries have been shaped by them. The legacies of Mandela and Gandhi transcend time in terms of the impacts they each had on civil rights and equality. They were men of different times, yet they drew upon similar principles in their quest to help humanity. While their causes were distinct to each of their homelands, they inspired many reverence among followers, eventually standing as inspiration worldwide. They had similarities and dissimilarities in approach for the freedom struggle in their respective lands. Let's look at some of the similarities in their approach. Gandhi and Mandela mobilized the masses against oppression, against hatred, and against prejudices. They suffered in jails, they suffered politically, but they steadfastly pursued their missions. Mahatma Gandhi spent his years in prison, while Nelson Mandela was shut off from his countrymen for 27 years, imprisoned. Their unwavering commitment to nationalism was not only rooted in freedom, it also aspired towards freedom. Both Mandela and the Mahatma believed freedom was not pushed from behind by a blind force, but that it was actively drawn by a vision. Gandhi and Mandela also demonstrated to the world they could help build inclusive societies in which all Indians and South Africans would have a stake, and whose strength, they argued, was a guarantee against disunity, backwardness, and the exploitation of the poor by the elites. This idea is adequately reflected in the makeup of the Indian as well as the South African. Their notion of an all-embracing citizenship combined with a conception of a public good. Mandela called for brotherly love and integration with whites and a sharing of Christian values. He engaged in conflict management within a system that permitted opposing views to exist. Differences? The main differences would be in the fact that Mandela's fight was of a higher and different order than Gandhi's. I'm not going to go into all the principles because of time. With all the dissimilarities and dissimilarities between the two world leaders, what remains true is that they remained steadfast towards their end, but differed in means to achieve it. Though the world has gained but sadly mourns the departure of both Mandela and Gandhi, let us remain rich of spirit, knowing that their universal sense of justice will triumph in the end. Needless to say, their ideals are relevant in this day and age, when the advantages of non-violent means over the use of force are manifest. Nelson Mandela was often dubbed as the Gandhi of South Africa, and a strong Indian connection and striking similarities with India's father of nation. The anti-apartheid icon shared a special bond for India, and this was there for the world to see when he chose the land of Gandhi, whom he called his political guru and a role model, as the first destination abroad in 1990 after spending 27 years behind bars. A Gandhian, Mandela always praised Gandhi for his principles of Satya and Ahimsa and followed his philosophy. He said, "The Mahatma is an integral part of our history because it is here that he first experimented with truth, here that he demonstrated his characteristic firmness in pursuit of justice, here that he developed Satyagraha as a philosophy and a method of struggle." Mandela also said at the unveiling of Gandhi Memorial in South Africa in 1993 that Gandhi is most revered for his commitment to non-violence, and the Congress movement was strongly influenced by this Gandhian philosophy. It was a philosophy that achieved the mobilization of millions of South Africans during the 1952 Defiance Campaign. Mandela had said in his address, as a strong follower of Gandhi's teaching, he was awarded the International Gandhi Peace Prize in 2001 for his peacemaking efforts by the Indian government. Whenever Mandela visited India, He considered it as a pilgrimage to the land of his political guru. He said that India had great leaders and great people, a place that he will always admire. Nelson Mandela wrote a wonderful article in the Time magazine on January 3rd, 2000 about his teachers, Gandhi. His story was called The Sacred Warrior. Nelson Mandela said in that article, he dared to exhort non-violence in a time when the violence of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had exploded on us. He exhorted morality with science, technology, and the capitalist order had made it redundant. He replaced self-interest with group interest without minimizing the importance of self. India is Gandhi's countries of birth. South Africa is country of adoption. He was both an Indian and a South African citizen. Both countries contributed to his intellectual and moral genius, and he shaped the liberatory movements in both colonial theaters. The Gandhian influence dominated freedom struggles on the African continent right up till the 1960s because of the power it generated and the unity it forged among the apparently powerless. Non-violence was the official stance of all major African coalitions, and the South African ANC remained implacably opposed to violence for most of its existence. Gandhi remained committed to non-violence. Mandela followed the Gandhian strategy for as long as he could. But then there came a point in our struggle in South Africa when the brute force of the oppressor could no longer be countered through passive resistance alone. The Encounter Sizwe was founded and added a military dimension to the struggle. Gandhi's magnificent example of personal sacrifice and dedication in the face of oppression was one of his many legacies to South Africa and the rest of the world. As I conclude, the world will be a significantly better place if more leaders emulated Mahatma Gandhi's leadership. Today's leadership practitioners and teachers are besotted with claiming authenticity. They can achieve greater authenticity if they intensify their efforts to achieve clarity of vision and marry their passion with a larger purpose, a purpose that increases the well-being and prosperity for all, not just for a privileged and powerful few. Both Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela are soulful leaders, giants worthy of our admiration and praise. But wouldn't it benefit our well-being and prosperity more if rather than merely praising them in platforms like this, we were to recommit and renew our resolve to emulating a single aspect of the leadership legacies? Even if a fraction of us did it, the world would be a better place. I thank you most sincerely.
Thank you so much, my dear friend Rajendran. In fact, you brought so many issues which I'm sure many of us would not have studied in our association with Gandhian literature. The way you have brought in parallel between Gandhiji's life and Nelson Mandela's life, I think this is amazing. In fact, other thing which I liked about which you pointed out, and Gandhi used to always emphasize, and he would say, truth is not a stagnant, is not a stationary thought. It's not a stationary value. It changes with time. It changes with circumstances. He normally used to say, "My truth of today may not be my truth of tomorrow." So he was a very, very forward-thinking person. He was really a futuristic. He knew that no value can remain stagnant or stationary forever. I think we'll continue this dialogue, Rajendran, in this platform in weeks and months to come. And now we have the last speaker of the day, Mr. Nirod Brahmadev. He is also, in fact, a great amalgamation of a diplomatic feature, an author, a publisher, a social worker, and an administrator. So let's listen to Mr. Brahmadev because he told me he was going to tell a lot about Gandhian stories, philosophies, and what we can learn from Gandhiji in terms of improving the present and future life on this earth. So the floor is yours, Mr. Bramdev. You have about 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Shri Anupji, my good friend, our mother Ilaben, the Honorable Minister of State, my respected panelists. I wanted to look at something that is very germane now in South Africa around Mahatma Gandhi's work being exclusively for Indian liberation. And I differ quite vehemently with that view. And I'd like to delve into the Mahatma's influence on the South African attainment of Swaraj. Writing in the Harijan in 1939, Mahatma Gandhi said, "I yield to no one in my regard for the Zulus, the Bantus, and the other races of South Africa. I used to enjoy intimate relations with them. I had the privilege of often advising them." And like our previous panelists said, Mandela was deeply influenced by the work of Mahatma Gandhi, and he rose to mass mobilization in 1952 as the volunteer-in-chief of the Defiance Campaign, with Maulvi Kachalia, the son of a close associate of Gandhi, as his deputy. The South African liberation movement has since then been honored by Nobel Peace Prizes to 3 African leaders, all of whom were influenced by Gandhi. That would be Chief Albert Luthuli, Bishop Desmond Tutu, and Nelson Mandela. That provides a fitting reply to those who criticize Gandhi for not venturing to lead Africans, but encouraging them to develop their own leadership. His choice of settlement in Phoenix, next to not only the Inanda Center of Isaiah Shembe, a religious leader amongst the Zulus, and of the Inanda Seminary, but also of the Schlange Institution, established by John Dube, who was praised by Gandhi in 1905, and who was in 1912 to be the first President General of the African National Congress. In a 1956 preface to his autobiography, Kwama Nkrumah of Ghana wrote, "After months of studying Gandhi's policy and watching the effect that it had, I began to see that when backed by a strong political organization, it could be the solution to the colonial problem." He tended to sometimes use the K word, which has come to light recently. And I was interviewed on a national radio station here recently, and I had to argue the fact that at that time, it was common lingua franca to use the K word. Like very much, we in South Africa today use the term colored, which in the rest of the world is not acceptable. But we use it on official documents here up to this day. Maybe 20, 30 years from now, it may be disbarred. But I had to make that point that it wasn't his thinking, it was the lingua franca of the day. Interestingly, if you read Gandhi's writings over time, he stops using that word and then moves over to colored, because where it encompasses all the brown people of South Africa, including Africans. So I just wanted to make that point there. Of the Africans, he said, as South Africa is their mother country, they have a better right here than we do. He was in touch with Dr. Yusuf Dadu and Dr. G.M. Naika, the leaders of the Transvaal and Natal Indian Congresses variously, who sought in 1940 to build a joint struggle of Indians, Africans, and colored people, and the liberal-minded whites. This was with Gandhi's support. While in South Africa, Gandhi reached out to Africans like John Dube, who was later the first president of the ANC. Dube, who like Gandhi admired Booker T. Washington, ran an industrial school, the Schlange Institute, in Inanda near Phoenix. There was frequent social contact between the inmates of Phoenix settlement and the Schlange Institute's paper, Ilanga Lasi Natal, which means son of Natal, an African weekly in English and Zulu, used to be printed at Gandhi's Indian Opinion Press until the Schlange Institute acquired a press of its own. Gandhi also commended Dube's work, as he did that of Tengo Jabavu, who also set up a college and a newspaper for Africans. As Ilaben mentioned earlier, his work as a stretcher bearer in the Anglo-Boer War was largely, to help the ailing Zulu warriors. And he says of that time, the good doctor told us that he could not induce Europeans to nurse the Zulus, that it was beyond his power to compel them, and that he would feel obliged if we undertook this mission of mercy. We were only too glad to do this, writes Gandhi. We had to cleanse the wounds of several Zulus, which had not been attended to for as many as 5 or 6 days, and were therefore stinking horribly. We liked the work. The Zulus could not talk to us, but from their gestures and expressions of their eyes, they seemed to feel as if God had sent us their succor. The eminent Indian leader, Gopal Krishna Gokhale, visited South Africa in October 1912. Gandhi acted as the main organizer in the meeting between Gopal Krishna Gokhale, Gandhi, and John Dubé. It's interesting to note that all three were presidents of a Congress at various times in their lives. Interestingly, the ANC constitution drawn up later in 1919 had a clause 13 in chapter 4, which emphasized passive action. In January 1930, the Cape Colored freedom fighter, Dr. Abdul Rahman, the leader of the colored people of South Africa, was speaking at a conference in Cape Town, in which he said, "You must have a leader who is prepared to make sacrifices, such as Gandhi is in India. Passive resistance is a weapon that should be properly organized and prepared so that if and when the time comes, we should be ready and could use it." In the mid-1946, the Indian community began passive resistance on a broad scale, and Gandhi wrote, whilst in India, "The real white man's burden is not insolently to dominate colored or black under the guise of protection. It is to desist from the hypocrisy which is eating into them." Meanwhile, the struggle in South Africa continued, and in 1947, Gandhi endorsed the decision by the broader movements in South Africa, that being the African National Congress, the Colored People's Convention, and the Natal Indian Congresses, to boycott the visit of the royal family to South Africa. This was the beginnings of the collaboration between all the forces of democracy in South Africa against the white oppressor. I think going back again to Nelson Mandela, he summed it up at the turn of this century. He said, "Gandhi remained committed to nonviolence. I followed the Gandhian strategy for as long as I could. But then there came a point in our struggle when the brute force of the oppressor could no longer be countered through passive resistance alone. Even then, we chose sabotage because it did not involve the loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations." Mandela stands out again as one who's able to forge a positive synthesis between Gandhi's ideas and a restrained resort to force. In a sense, he transcended some dismissive attitudes, both in India and in Africa, towards nonviolent struggle. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Anupji, and I look forward to the interactions further.
Oh, I thank you very much for a very exciting presentation. In fact, I was looking at the time. We are running a bit behind schedule. It's already about, I think, 2 hours and 20 minutes we are in this discussion. And I checked, we have not received any advanced questions. So I would pass the question session because the only way we could handle question answer was if we have the advance intimation about the question. And that is a disadvantage of a virtual conference. So I would jump to my colleague, Shri Narayan Kumarji, to please sum up the whole thing, say in about 5-6 minutes, so that we do not delay our expert panel unreasonably beyond time. Narayanji, are you there?
Thank you, Ambassador Mudgalji. It's a great privilege for me to just give concluding remarks for this fantastic in which scholarly presentations were made by various speakers. And privileged, we are privileged to have Ilaji here. State Minister of External Affairs was there, and other scholars, Murli Dharanji, Parasuramji, Satyendra Nandanji, and Brahmdevji. I am grateful to them for their very precise and scholarly remarks. The 5 minutes time is enough for me because once Mahatma Gandhi went to a address Congress, the president said that you should speak only 2 minutes. So, and he recited a poem. But anyway, concluding remarks can't be given of this session because this is to be concluded remark, and we will have many more sessions on the subject. As far as the Satyagraha is concerned, the agitation by Indians were going on, and the name was passive resistance. Mahatma Gandhi, in his book Gandhi in South Africa, has written that the first batch of indentured laborers from India reached Natal on November 16, 1860. Truly a fateful date for this history, fateful date for this history. Had it not been for this, there would have been no Indian and therefore no Satyagraha in South Africa. And this book has not been there. So this such a special remark that he also in his this book written that the indentured labor from India brought the seeds of Satyagraha. So I just want to underline here that Mahatma Gandhi's motivator of Mahatma Gandhi's Satyagraha were the Indian indentured labor who were discriminated there, who were asked to pay £3. At first it was £25, and who were not given the right to vote. Mr. President, the Satyagraha word was not coined by Mahatma Gandhi. He gave an advertisement in Indian opinion, and the word came Sadagraha, because in Sanskrit, Satya plus Agraha will become Sadagraha. Gandhi was a towering personality, and he said, no, I am experimenting with truth, so it will be Satyagraha. Thus, I want to just underline here the Satyagraha word came and it became immortal. After that, I also want to clarify that Nelson Mandela, out of respect, said that a barrister came and we sent Mahatma. Mahatma Gandhi returned to India as M.K. Gandhi. He was a Satyagrahi. When he went to Champaran for Indigo movement, then someone told him Mahatma, and Rabindranath Tagore, who always repeated it, that he is Mahatma. So it's good that we all think that at Barrister went and Mahatma came, but as a matter of fact, more important than Mahatma, a Satyagrahi came who changed the map of the world, and Satyagraha became the tool of independence. Therefore, in India, we he met Firoz Shah, he met Tilakji, he met Gokhale, but how much judicious Gandhi was. किसी ने पूछा कि इन तीनों में आपने गोखले को क्यों चुना, तो उन्होंने कहा कि फिरोज शाह हिमालय हैं, तिलक जी पहाड़ हैं, और गोखले गंगा हैं. तो मैं हिमालय पर चढ़ नहीं सकता और समुद्र में डूबने का डर रहता है, लेकिन गंगा नदी ऐसी है जिसमें मैं जब चाहूं डुबकी लगा करके अपनी देह और मन को पवित्र कर लूं. और Dr. Rajendra Prasad has authored a book, गांधी के कदमों में. उसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि गांधी की जीवन गंगा की धारा है. जी चाहो तो चुल्लू भर, जी चाहो तो हाथ में लेकर के आचमन कर लो, सर पर डाल दो, डुबकी लगा दो, या खेत में सिंचाई कर दो. तो ऐसे महात्मा गांधी के लिए we started this our centenary celebration on 18 and 19 September, and we are thankful to Ilaji or Sri Gyanji that ARSP got support from them. This on this occasion, it is not the 150th anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi only, it is also 150th anniversary of Ba. And it is also only yesterday was 125th anniversary, birth anniversary of Vinoba Bhave, and it is the birth centenary of our Baleshwar Agrawal. So, as a matter of fact, we are celebrating the great anniversary of many people, and we will follow the theory of Gandhi, which he translated into action. Gandhi was not a theoretical person. I always say that he was a he was a secular Hindu. He was a liberal socialist, and being Bania, he was a practical capitalist. So rare combination of Mahatma Gandhi is there, and I will also try to pay my homage to Mahatma Gandhi that संसार पूजता जिन्हें तिलक रोली फूलों के हारों से मैं तुझे पूजता आया हूँ बापू अब तक अंगारों से अंगार विभूषण है जिनका सुनहाक समय रुक जाता है आदेश जिधर को देते हैं इतिहास उधर झुक जाता है. So Gandhi was a person. If we differentiate Gandhi and Jinnah, Gandhi created history and Jinnah destroyed geography. So this is the fundamental differences between the two Gujarati leaders. We pay great homage, and we also thank our Viren Gupta ji, Shyam ji, Mudgal ji, and all our colleagues and participants for participating in this seminar or giving me an opportunity for concluding remarks. Thank you, sir.
So, Narayanji, thank you so much. You not only concluded the session, but you also thanked our distinguished panelists. In fact, if you please allow me, I would slightly add to what you said. I think when you read Gandhiji, you see that features of a Mahatma right from the early days. But that the irony of the society that we take time to recognize. And that is what happened in case of Gandhiji. We took time in recognizing that there was a Mahatma in that soul. But he was a Mahatma-like thinker right from the very early days. Just see how he thinks about his daily life. An ordinary person doesn't. You know, when I was reading as a child, when he goes to see a play, Satyavadi Raja Harishchandra, how many of us really think of that after coming back home? And he devotes days and months to think over this truth. And that is where his respect, his inclination for truth. Where he says, okay, my dear, truth is the only thing which cannot be defeated. Right? So he did not develop his philosophy overnight, but his inclination was very much there. So with these words, I think Gopalji, probably your job has already been done by Narayanji. So we will close the session here, but I would request distinguished panelists, please, I saw most of you had prepared your presentations. Please send us those presentations after your final editing, because we would want to bring out another book on Mahatma Gandhi, and especially Swaraj through Satyagraha. This is a very, very pertinent topic for today and for days to come and years to come. Please send us those, and also send me your ideas in case we could carry on this discussion on some specific thoughts of the Gandhian philosophy. And I promise we would give much more time to each presenter to develop those thoughts in future conferences. So I thank you very much, each one of you. Please forgive us for some technical glitches or with some connections, but I'm sure next time, even those glitches will not be there. We will recognize the truth better. Thank you so much. Very kind. Thank you.
It has been such an insightful session, and it is good to see Ambassador Mudgal. It is good to see Madam Ilaji, Nirojji. We visited them last year, and all the memories have come afresh. And excellent presentations. My compliments to all the panelists, and especially to you, Ambassador Mudgal. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very kind. So we close.
Thank you
With
very
the
much.
permission of the chair, sir, Ambassador Gupta, sir, I think we can close it.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, panelists.